I'm watching you chat. Watching you do silly things. Ooh! Do we do more reacts, guys? Nah, we'll do more reacts tomorrow. We're already 2 hours past when we normally do. What are we doing today? I don't know. I want to play Peak. Let's play Limbus Company. How much energy do I have saved up? I used all my energy this morning to get more thingies. If we don't have enough energy, we'll play something else. Oh, we got 2 missions. We can do 2 missions. Unfamiliar vehicle! They're gonna take us to a secondary location! They're gonna kidnap us! Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. This is assistance from P-Corp, and the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means... In cohorts with young Kaisera, are you? Hoy day! Much did I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion of mine, heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair of thee to meet her all by thy lonesome, young Faust. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Ah, worry not. Ah! Worry thee not, for thou hast availed us the site of Limbus Company headquarters. Thy tit hath been tatted for. There are numerous reasons for which you were not allowed to into the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here. Phew! Glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bring the members of our department to the headquarters, brought upon by frequent trans-nest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Why'd you say all that if you're going to explain anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's this about collaborating with P-Corp? Boy, here we go again. P-Corp's singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology. Oh, right. Didn't you say that Miss Kaisera told you something about the principle of P-Corp singularity is a lot how La Mancha land works? Right. La Mancha land was larger on the inside than it was on the outside. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal use of different kinds of subspace expanding singularities? It's, how should I put this? Isn't it a bit too mundane of a city tech for P-Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That was quite the intelligent question. Compliment, how nice. We love LC checkups. Do you guys love LC checkups? Apparently you do. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention making use of this space technology. But isn't P Corp singularity would be Mephistopheles? The ultimate purpose of P Corp space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. A perfectly protected construct. Its interior sheltered from the world outside no matter how severely its exterior is battered. To have a sound structural integrity no matter what. Its interior safe from any and all harm. Oh, is this the stage y'all were talking about when I first started this game? Which, like, it was super hard or something? Like, you get nerfs or something? Therefore, the most expensive the P Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which interior is completely isolated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. Actually, give me a sec. I'm gonna do something real quick. Alright. Alright, I'm back. Hey, Heathcliff! In conclusion, the exterior is... which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact, not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Squeak. Don't dimensional trucks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Sync, why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So a deviant association employee makes a delivery to a house, then looks away for a second. And a curious kid crawls into the courier truck and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? Could have stop having nightmares about that scenario where, hey, come on, sometimes a story is just a story. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmare was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Several regulations were added to Hannah and Deviant's association rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension. The different beings that are packaged in a safer manner. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing. This will certainly make the logistics of the communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however, how does the company plan to move this instrument? As I expect it would be much trouble on its own. Has that detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company headquarters, an effective means of transport, such as this vehicle, will be installed in the nests across the city. In summary, an efficient means of transport, such as this vehicle here, developed using P Corp and the aspirant W Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgilus gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. Faust tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle. And the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Well, wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering so? Energy is now linked, are routing towards the gate. When the GOG displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside just like another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low droning noise. Welcome to the Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. The heavy door opening and closing from here and there. Alongside that, on sensation I've been feeling from time to time. It's the floor of the LCE department. LCE. Hopefully we'll get to proudly stride through the headquarters front gate one day.
독재팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
어디서?
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
어디서? 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
독재팀의 협조가 필요한 거지. 뜀박질 시간.
Hi, Rick. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Pumpkin. Are these the charge guys? Right! Are we waiting for something to happen, or are we all suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Oh yeah! Hi, squirrel! Consume the water! What are you throwing things at me? I'm thinking for the flesh. I just realized my my alerts wasn't updating. So I'm sorry if those were late. Oh. Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher of this company. Cracked molar! Oh no! You gotta get your molar removed? Those are a pain. Thank you, Rick! You have a wonderful day! I hope you're okay, Squirrel. To be precise, he is the chief engine researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Yi Sing and I have been excluded from research personnel files due to our status as sinners. Someone must stay behind to continue the research after all. Aha! So you two are friends. Well, it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship. It can be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. Worst pain is finding a dentist who takes my insurance. Or be me. Go to a place that does dentist and doctor work based on your income. And if you have insurance, they actually have to charge you more. And you wanna know what's hilarious? You wanna know what my last doctor's visit entailed and how much I paid for it? It entailed them looking into my ear to make sure my ear was okay. We still don't know what's wrong with my ear. But they prescribed me some of the nose medication that's like trying to clear up my brain. Cause like they think it might be like a mass of like mucus or something like in the back of my nose is leaking or something. They think they have good reason to suspect that. They think that maybe like something's blocking something because of like what my experience is. They think it's that. They're testing this out to see if it helps. And it kind of helped, but it's gotten worse recently, so they're going to probably look at it again when I go back. But I paid $10 for the entire visit. I got in and out very quick. And I think $20 for the sinus medication that lasts an entire 2 weeks. And I can pay it whenever I can. They don't rush you to pay. I think typically they want you to pay before your next visit, though. But my next visit, like the reason I don't have to pay that much is because one, I don't have a literal job right now. And two, and most importantly, I have no insurance. And it's near a school. It's kind of like people that are learning. Basically, all I have to do is wait for my appointments. Like, sometimes I can have an appointment very close together. But for the most part, my appointments are usually months apart. Which I actually like more. I don't like going to the doctor. But at the same time, my brain likes to give me ideas. Like, oh, you have cancer, Boka. It's cancer. And I'm like, shut up, brain! It's not cancer. There are no real specific signs that say that. I am in agreement for the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already know, to be well aware of this obvious detail. Yes, I was very well aware. I'm also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us that same reply over and over again like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of Limbus Company Centers. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed. It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. Oh, how odd. Their clothes are... Ah, yes. Allow me to introduce you to Martin and Alicia, two of the researchers directly in my command. Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? Happily to have someone recognize them. Are they like gear scavenged from the former L Court? Or they are partial similarities to their gear. Enough differences are present to distinguish them. We are attempting our own brand of extraction successfully, I might add. While the news of the protection of Ego Gear in Limbus Company style was already received, this is the very first time they are observed in person. So you must have abnormalities contained in this facility? So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions in Pecatula, too. Indeed, as they are containment and research subjects for the LC department as well. Faust closely observed the ego gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge. Pumpkin! Hi, Armageddon. Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. This is a product of thousands of repeat experiments and subsequent failures that have meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, I did it, like I always do. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by all these self-absorbed twats. I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back to the bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency you express. There is much we must cover, regrettably, given this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Faust also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, he pressed something. Emergency situations? The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. And when it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgulus, and Charon. What in the hell? This was just an ambush! Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors and response in case of a surprise attack. So ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgulus? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Just go with their flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Cher and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. Charan wants cake too. Oh hey, we've got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. I'm just telling you right now, if I ever get to be a partner in this game, I'm just gonna ask. But not only do I get a sinner outfit, I want them to have like a little Easter egg where I'm Charon, okay? It would make the most sense. Me or I either be Charon or I'd be Virgilus with how much I want tea and cake. Hey, show Dragon Boka. Yes! Basically, what I do is I have the dry chicken breast ability. Is that too OP? That might be too OP. I don't think they could do that. That would make... Dried chicken breast is... Every rupture count adds 5 count stacks. So, like, even if you have a heavily negative rupture character, you're still gonna upkeep your rupture. That or at least Thunder Branch. All I'm saying. My character would be Rupture and Charge. With Burn. But I'd only add high stacks of Burn, not high count. Like, you'd have to have someone that was adding count if you wanted to keep my Burn up. And I'd add high of everything else, but no consistency. Like, no stacks. And only Rupture Relics would work on me. I'd be like a reverse, but more consistent painter Yinsang. An employee appeared and led Virgilus and Karan away into a nearby office. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Well, let's get this done. What do you guys think? Does that sound good? Does that sound like an okay setup?
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 이건 예상 못했나 봐.
What do you guys think?
깔끔하게 물었군.
날카롭고 정확하게. 이제 깨우치시게.
토끼를 본다. 넌 푸름을 튀어 해충들을 도려내라.
이제 깨우치시게.
묘여. 길을 열어. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Oh, should I start playing the Trails in the Sky? How many acts are there in the game of Clair Obscur? Is it like 6 or 12 or something? And Clair Obscur, there's only 3? Are we close to the end of 1? Because we're about to fight the giant serpent. We might play that today. I haven't decided yet.
고작 이 정도 탕후의 허덕이나.
나도 지킬 게 많거든. 흡수묘, 빈박질 중. 이제 깨우치시게.
What did he say? We went through various tests, including compatibility using Picatola Invadia. Hark! Manager Escort, heave-ho! I have attained a score most perfect. To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further in my studies? Hey, you saying, bud, they were testing our Fixers Association knowledge, huh? Totally! Honestly, he's got more than enough Fixer fixation for the entire buzz. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia, quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? The look in their eye, how strong they look? Bloody hell, this ain't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, goal-oriented. You are Mersaults? We were finally allowed a quick break before going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait. Then what were all those tests you guys running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. So I'd say it was very productive. We now know a lot about you guys that'll help us support the LCB going forward. Alright. We're going to go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. I feel like I'm one of these three. I'm either quiet and accepting, hoping I don't look bad, or just like super annoyed. That or I'm over here. I'm one of the 4 over here, or I'm just acting a fool. Let's get this over with. Looks like we got a long day ahead of us. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. Oh, they updated their wardrobe. I like that. Right? I can totally see myself wearing these to sleep. Hey, don't take away the clothes! Guys, I don't want them to take away the clothes. I like these clothes. They look nice on them. They're LCE property, so you better return this since we're done here. Gotcha. By the way, Can you take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit of soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock just for me, you know? Turning of the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps Mersault can remedy your pain. I am always prepared to administer necessary aid should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry. Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tiptoes, you're very wrong. Heels on the ground, please. But my heels are on the ground. And can you snuff out your cigarette before the test begins? Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just there so I can look cool. Aha. And what about bold but scram? She's like, you know what? You get props for trying, but go away. Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important. I had to establish prior to beginning the test in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. You got two of them already right there behind you. If you need directions. Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants. We're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course, there's much that distinguishes these two occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Rodnia suddenly raised her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it. It's just not my vibe, you know? I'll take a research job, though. I'm a big fan of her style. Rodnia trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing? I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that the said assistant is, when come to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting two smart arses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If it were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school, a diligent model student who assiduously facilitated the tasks of the class president in ahem. What's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? Do you guys actually want to be his assistant? Getting front and center of things just bothersome, you know? I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, the orange-haired sinner. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she called.
How are you?
Hi, Hectic. Oh/. Almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Oof. Give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna text Mom real quick. Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you must be aware, if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at offices and associations. You have nothing to worry about as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at headquarters? Didn't know you were still onto that hope. I called on you to ask you to move because you're standing in front of the center I chose. That's funny. That's hilarious. Heathcliff, you got chosen. Are you proud of yourself? Huh? Me? Huh? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but... What? But why? I'm right here. Why would you pick someone like... It's a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education, the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that the most great discoveries are made from a point of mix of spontaneity and intuition? A perfect descriptor of our friend here, I would say. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you a more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. I could just imagine Heathcliff going, is that true? He's like, in his head, he's like, unsure if true or being insulted. Like, is this a compliment or an insult? I don't know how to feel. Be honest now, you saying you were kind of looking forward to getting picked, weren't you? It is but fate that things that were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and the past. No! You say? I feel so terrible for him. I'm glad to have you on board as my assistant. Righty-ho, so, what have I got to do now? Nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit, just as you are now. Ha, now I see what he's doing. One I'm sure knows which of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear. Is that true? I mean, kinda. But I feel like Mersalt would do that better. Because typically when Mersalt says to do something, they do something. Feels like there's a few people that are rebellious to Heathcliff, where when Mersalt says to do something, most people just assume he's right. I don't even think it's more like they're scared of him. He seems the most level-headed of the group. Could be wrong, though. I kind of agree.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
I tell you, I love their outfits now. I want them to keep these. I like these. Or at least make the coats look as nice as these. right, you there. Get in line. Single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. But aren't you also participating in the test with us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Why is he wearing glasses? Why are they all fixing their glasses? Why is... Why is it so funny? I love this so much. Pumpkin, hi Uta. I'm gonna take a picture of that. I'm gonna take a picture of that. I'm gonna take a picture of that. Do I take a picture of that? They're saying so many profound things. You know what? I'm gonna read them all. Glasses are a basic apparatus of all us researchers. Look, slightly pushing up the glasses helps put on an air of studious, learned individual like so. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I'm contemplating a more profound aspect of life. And I love how it's her talking. Her looking at them. And Heathcliff says, "Oi, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be, lass. Stuff out that signature." She's pissed. She's so pissed. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. Blimey, can't you just do as I say for once? He's actually pretty epic. No, Heathcliff's was the correct choice. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the test, finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level how your current ability scale compared to yourselves before you're hiring. I see, so they're trying to see how much they've progressed since they've joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the word progression caused a rather loud ruckus amongst the listeners. If I were to speak for myself, Executive Manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is that progress, though? See what I mean? I don't know why it is I dislike a lot of the things she says. Perhaps I've learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations on worries of all matters, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now I have come to accept certain things as they are. Oh. And I've come to sometimes allow my mind to form bereft of rigorous reasoning, floating away gently, as through lowering on on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Okay, I guess that is progression of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm a lot less picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger too. Oh, look. I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us. Because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. Are they gonna upgrade our main, like, base characters? Like, to show, like, they got better? Is that a thing? They should do that. Because it does feel like the base characters aren't that great. Okay. Sorry, I'm stretching my legs. I'm trying to keep fit while I sit in a beanbag chair. A brutal year, yet so potent with significance. So I'm like slightly below my camera. I'm trying to keep up in front of it while stretching. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know, like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. No, they were just getting to be happy. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged? In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the... to the same general level as our 11th center here.
Tummy window means you get tummy rub smile.
No! Go away. Give me a pumpkin coffee, then we'll talk about tummy rubs. Why am I your point of reference? If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it was quite apt choice of words. Boy, take that back. I take it back. No, not. So you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Wow, Sinclair, is that your way? Is that the sound of your senses of self-preservation shattering into the ether? That's it, you bloody Excuse me, I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Wait, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed. One of the powers of a golden bow is connection. You are now all fairly evenly and equally mediocre. He's staring at Sinclair! My man is getting murdered. Hohenheim's comment and subsequent stare seemed a bit targeted. Think of it something akin to Quiplof's deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. So the truth is finally revealed. This is why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Art thou implying thou has always known? Of course, had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor of you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with doormats? Yeah, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. She just said something really stupid. Man, we're all so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? Ha, so that's why my murderous arm's been quiet ever since they hired me. I didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. It didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Gregor. I feel bad for Gregor. Well, actually, that makes me kind of feel good for him, because that means his arm hasn't bothered him much since he joined. Makes me kind of happy for him. Oi, what's the use of all this chatter? What makes this... What matters is that we've all been brought down to the level of the lad. But I got calluses on my palm. Poor Sinclair! Yet, not all the Golden Bow's effects must have been of detriment to us. Yisang started carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted us by the Golden Bow impaled in the pallid wheel of the Great Lake by which we triumphed? What, really? Correct. Had the pallid wheel been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. It can also be said that the diminishing effect was not implied in equal measures across all affected subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked Heathcliff out with one punch if I was only as strong as Sinclair. It's a real handy trick, you know. Heathcliff is like, boy. Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bow. Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Oh, so that explains Ryoshi's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at T-Corp Factory. Hit. Won't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Gotta love Ryoshi. Well, if your strength have been indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of this test is to measure that very difference. So what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan, so is it going to be something like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know of a particularly appropriate methodology for this group. Appropriate methodology? We spent some time out of our busy schedule to tailor each test for each center of the LCB. That was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Pretty tough. Tailored test for each center, huh? I don't really like the sound of that, if you ask me. 100 to 1 it's fights. With like things that would be difficult for them when they had first joined. We will utilize the Pekatala and the distortion phenomenon. Huh, that doesn't sound much like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant? Alright, that's enough chatter. Now get in there. I like that he's happy to be called assistant.
저주를 끼얹을 것이 있나 보군요.
The one new Grit, I don't think if he's good for here. I may have to wait until I get a decent Sinclair. Because he's 3 levels below. Do you guys think I can do it with that Sinclair? I almost have enough for another Sinclair. Don't know who I would want though. He can retreat? Huh. You guys think I can do that next minute? I'm gonna try it at least. I'll try it at least. Don't think I'm gonna do too hot.
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
Alright, let's see. First one on the block. Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Right, you and you there. Inside now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed at Honglu and Sinclair. I'm guessing Honglu's the strongest and Sinclair's the weakest when they joined. I'm guessing Ryoshi's probably like right under Honglu and like under that maybe like Mersalt or Faust. Probably are interchangeable. Has anyone ever put them in like a grading scale? As you must be well aware by now, the Picatola are entities that have failed to even distort. Seems like we'll be fighting Picatola again. Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means they don't pose a danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Wait, we've been slaughtering countless scores of those sods. What's up the holdup? Yeah, but we didn't have a choice back then because we were on a mission and... Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do. I understand. It seems that humanity's memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for a few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. So who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication between us, difficulties between us, allow me to make this a simple multiple choice question. 1 family, 2 friends, 3 colleagues. Dante says 3 colleagues. Honglu was practically squished against the containment window. That's cute. Hold up 3 of his fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners. Not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners. I know. Ah, but the knowledge of something and the acceptance of something must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their place when the going gets easy. When life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty, thus I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners bound to the Limbus company are still feathered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept that fact if I were to suggest to you that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... Ah, translations are necessary. I think I get the picture of what was said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something for your benefit, am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past? Must be so much that you would like to know. Perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say with this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust, is he usually... Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello, I know I'm not one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We are severely behind the schedule. While combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Pecatola projected on this glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge. So if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. God damn it, Heathcliff. All this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of Pecatola. As far as I'm aware, the highest stage of Pecatola you observed was in stage 3. So far, at least. Wherefore didst utter a little muttering of "so far, at least" at the end of thine words, good sir? Sure, well, it's simple. Well, it's simple. Researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we may be running into Pecatola beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed, we prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of mini Pecatola to be covered today is Pecatola Array, Red Pecatolum of Wrath. The nature of fire is to burn and burn until there is nothing left to be burned. I see, they are quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Singler? I remember you screaming so fiercely you could hardly control your body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Hunglu. Ha, that's because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but what exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that's exactly how it is. I don't think we're going to do very well in this fight. But I'm more than happy to try.
Easy solution. Just win the fight, tongue.
Easy for you to say. Or he could be the strongest one. Sure. Why not?
불길 속으로. 다 죽어라. 불길 속으로. 불길 속으로. 좋아, 다 죽어라. 그 삶의 마침표를. 불길 속으로.
Oh, that wasn't too bad. Oh, I'm gonna lose. Pretty sure.
타겟 포착. 1시 방향. 그 오물을 떼어내주지.
So I just lose, right? Because I didn't keep them above 50%. Oh, these have specific quests that you have to complete. Okay.
타겟 포착. 1시 방향. 이게 답이 아니었다고? 그 삶의 마침표를.
Yeah. We're not going to be able to complete that one in... Stretch! Consume the water. Thank you, Selena.
다들 이상은 없으신가요?
I just realized I could have changed these two. Well, we can't do the next one. We don't have the points necessary. I don't have any more paid to give myself energy. I could use 26 of it. Yeah, why not? Do it for you, chat. Ooh. That's a crazy team up right there. That's actually perfect, isn't it? They're like my strongest. Some of my strongest. So that should be pretty easy, actually. What's the quest here? HP again, or what? Next up, you three. Let's get in there. Indoor voice will do, bud. We can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now let's discuss Picatum and Pigrate Sloth. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless, motion, unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone comes along to roll them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for sloth than them. It is efficient to live within the bounds of rigid, established routines. Getting lumped in with these two is making me feel real self-conscious all of a sudden, like I'm just some lazy incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Charging alone into the danger poses... Too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. To be fair, he's my glass cannon in the middle of my two that are like all-rounders or damage with some defense.
이것밖에 못 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Defeat them all within the turn limit. Okay. Shouldn't be terrible, terrible hard.
받아볼 테니까.
틈을 끊어 이제 깨우치시게.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
총알값 아까울 놈.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어져.
깔끔하게 물었군. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
틈을 끊어 바로 불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
전력으로 상대하마.
전탄격발.
다소 즐겁군.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
과연
받아볼 테니까.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘
이것밖에
생각해보라고.
못하나.
이제 깨우치시게.
Pumpkin, that is all. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you. Pumpkins. Pumpkins for the win.
언제나 티끌 하나 없는 끝은 없을 테죠.
Did I finish that one?
노력한다면 또한 문제도 없을
I must have been like one turn late or something. defeat them before they self-detonate. I could probably do that. Oh. If only she could sing King. Okay, these two shield the first turn. She goes all out. I like how it's like, they're level 49 average. It's because one of them is level 49. And one of them is 48. They're basically level 50. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supplies of nutrients. Hang on a minute, what's this? Heathcliff, after a few pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these Pecatillum? Why don't we just lump them together like you've paired us sinners?" Ha! Running low on patience already? One simpleton... Only simpletons would make such base suggestion. It's standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I'm also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. You make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also failed to see the necessity in fighting these Peccato one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, Assistant. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one that suggested it? If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I see the benefits of a small margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, come on, Otis. Come on. This very carelessness is why. I think we can risk a greater margin of error, right? Indeed. It is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive management. She changes her opinion so quickly. Very well, then allow me to explain Pecatola Morstasis, gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourself in the deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder it does become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions. No matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto, all you find is futility, such as gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down. Especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Oh, sounds like some disagreements brewing. Even after I've joined the bus team, I feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Although I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. Haha. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Well, it's all ready to go. In you go. You too, Assistant. You aren't exempt from the test. Huh? Me too? Perfect timing. I'm getting a bit tired of this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. Alright, what's the goal here? I think we just do this. We go... Pumpkin.
갇혀 죽어라. 주라니야. 죽도록 다 목을 내놓고 있도록.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
비명을 질러라.
나도 지킬 게 많거든.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
끝내지. 헤어내리.
지키기 위해서 너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
Hug 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 big sis bokath 1 heart.
One hot.
헤어내리.
지키기 위해서
비명을 품속에서. 목을 내놓고 있도록. 비명을 질러라.
헤어내리.
찢어 발긴다. 주라하니여. 거둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
지키기 위해서 차라리 아무것도 남지 마라. 날카롭고 정확하게
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
이렇게 무너지기 전에.
지키겠다 맹세했는데
너희에게 안식은 없다.
Bam.
끝인가?
Bam.
정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나? 그렇다면 어째서 이 분노가 끝나지 않...
I completed it. I'm amazing. Don't take 10 plus hits. Okay. Oh, it's these two? Great. It's my weakest character right now with one of my strongest. I feel like I should just level this up before I do this mission. Because her Ryoshu's gonna... Her Mao branch is probably gonna get hit a lot. Can you pull supports? I can, actually. Does defending count as being hit? Will, does defending count as being hit? As long as you aren't actually hit. So should I go Zwei? Does Zwei count as... Can I use Y and take her? Because then that makes Heishu pretty viable. Well, they aren't too much trouble, but next up, you two. Get in there. We're for Yoshu. Let's do this, I guess. ST. She wants to switch teams. Ah, really? Now? What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dulled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch that blood fiend fight again. Thou speakest of me? That's, 'tis quite the pickle. Oi, she wants to switch teams, is that right? Alright? Of course not. You heard the man, let's go. Tisk. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be. I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not going to hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. Humph. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Lass, I thought it'd be clear, no switching teams ain't a thing. Pecatulum superbia. Pride. Hohenheim droned on as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheel, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel, in its boundless pride, rolls on in search of the perfect... Mama got me chicken! Not what I wanted, but I did say chicken, which is part of what I wanted. So no losses here. Rolls on and on in search of perfect circle, something unconquered, even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends, nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It often claims trailblazers or those who have never tasted failure. Ha! So someone like you, Hohenheim? Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is Luxray, Lust. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of Percatum Luxray, Lust, is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that it is, yes, an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self. A desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more to this concept than just that. While the world itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding, to share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself, you seek to express such things are lust as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There never is any dead air. Admit it, Heathcliff. All that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up and get in there! No. I have, what I guess would be called, what kind of chicken is this? What kind of chicken would this be called? No, not roasted. It's not Mexican. It's not Caribbean. I think it's like it's a mix between Caribbean and it is grilled chicken, but it's got like roasted peppers and spices on it. I'm trying to think. What's the ethnicity I'm thinking of? It's not jerk seasoning per se. It's it's not Puerto Rican. What ethnicity am I thinking of? My brain is trying to grab it, but I can't grab the word for it. It's not Jamaican. It's not Spanish. It's like a type of Spanish seasoning. I can't remember the type, though. Is it Puerto Rican? No, it can't be. What is my brain doing today? Paprika? I don't think it's paprika. Let me look this up real quick. Puerto Rican, that's it. It is Puerto Rican. It's like a Puerto Rican, like, blend of spices. It's a Puerto Rican, restaurant with a little bit of a Jamaican, like, spin on it. Kind of a fusion of the two. Because they have, like, Jamaican stuff. But they don't... I think most of their cooking is Puerto Rican style. It's very good.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Tell you what, you give me some coffee and I'll share some.
숨통 끊기. 대검 방어. 대검 방어.
Hello? How did... Luckily it only counted as one. Doesn't sound like a fair trade. I have no way to send you the chicken. See? This is where you're wrong. Boka is well versed in the ways of the mysterious.
Bokath one lurker. Is Limbus going to be only game of the day?
We're probably gonna play Maple or Bazaar later. Give me some more time to level up people and get ready for Act 8. I'm kind of curious what new thing Mom's gonna bring for me. Because she almost always brings me something new. How are there anyone attacking her?
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요. 대검 방어.
So am I right in saying that this Ishmael is based off that girl we saw that died in the Blood Fiend arc? Black Clover got new chapters and no one told me. I'm sorry. I don't keep up with Black Clover enough. I need to watch more of it. To give you an idea, the rice has like corn and a little bit of, I think, carrots. Or is it peppers? I think it's peppers. Like pepper shavings. But they have like, they literally have a drink called Jamaica. Or Jamaican. Or something like that. They also have horchata. Which is one of my favorite drinks. It is so sugary though. My most favorite drink though is Thai tea.
주문. 숨통 끊기.
Yeah. I think it's condensed milk, nutmeg. I don't know if they put anything else in it. I can't remember. I think I ate everything. Trying to make sure I didn't like put a mess around my chair. Whee! High grade and sage. Bella, you want to help me eat the biscuit? You want to help me eat the biscuit? Eat that biscuit. Come on, eat your biscuit. There you go.
흑승료 빈박질 주문. 가죠. 대범은 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데. 흑승료 빈박질 주문. 대검 방호. 대검 방호. 대검 방호.
Alright, guys. Bella had her biscuit. You're still here and still happy? Wonderful! That's what we like to hear. Might get some milk for my nopers. I think I'm gonna have a noper today. Wait! How did you stagger her? Hello?
흑승료 빈박질 주문. 숨통 끊기.
God damn it! They broke her, so she... That's annoying.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게. 가치 없군. 죽어라. 최선의 방어를. 빨리 지원 요청을.
How'd she die? I thought she couldn't die if there's someone alive still.
흑수며 뜀박질 중. 숨통 끊기. 가치 없군. 죽어라.
What the heck? What the heckles?
시답자는 사냥이었어. 괜히 길어진 탓에 핏자국이 흥건해져서.
Alright, so we don't know what's there. Alright, we need to change these. Hopefully we don't need these girls in the next fight. Each unit defeats the Pecatolan that has taken their shape once. Oh dear. Well, this is scary.
준비됐어?
Oh, hush. They're both basically 50. Verily, now is the time for young Sing and I to face the test. The nature of our trial shall take form as Pecatola Nvidia. I assume that we all have a first-hand experience with static shocks. Oh, doth static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does. I ill comprehend thy explanations. Ah, I see. To explain in a plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixers, am I right? Verily, I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs, and imagine that you are a part of the excited queue. Oh, indeed, I have merely placed myself there. Proceed. Yet in great misfortune, the event comes to close mere moments before you are to receive your autograph. Alack for woe! Fate playeth such cruel jests on my pitiful soul. Now do imagine what sort of emotion you would feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours, ere the chance was robbed. Well, 'twould be quite the jealousy burning within mine heart, a painful, tingling sensation in my— Oh! My, you certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits, after all. You two, quit the chin wag and get in there. Verily, then onward to a new adventure. Then I shall follow. Why are you looking at me so preciously? I got her a pup cup this morning, and she was guarding her treat from me when I went into the living room earlier, and I was like, no, no, and I picked it up twice to show her, hey, I'm not taking this from you. She gets so, like, worried that I'm gonna take snacks away from her. Things she loves, but I won't. I won't, baby, I won't. It's because I take Papa's underwear away from her. She's like, why would you take things that bring me joy? Consume the water! Ah! I put my water way over there because I was going to fill it. I'll fill it after this fight.
Bokathedragon.
Bokathedragon!
M.
Thank you.
My snacks just became a kobold. Emergency food, yay.
Emergency food, yay! My snacks. All right. Oh, they're going after him. All right, so we need to stop this one. Hopefully that's right.
합격장. 이제야 완성되었나?
All right, so all right.
작품을 만들다 죽을 수 있다니.
This charge guy is powerful. What the hell? Who was that? Was that Chargy Sang? Is he like really strong or something? Because he just like all of a sudden, like, destroyed me. W. Yi saying, I think it was. Is he, like, really strong or something?
Is it possible to skip all this flickering straight to the end of the move?
Hi, Lurban. Mario! Alright, we can try this again.
이거 참 설레는구려.
Don't forget, you only need that. Yeah. That's what I was going to do with this one, because he's saying it almost killed this one on the second fight. And my plan was to just have him start attacking his clone. Because he just destroyed the bottom one. But then this one, the Yisang up here just destroyed me. Wait, did I just accidentally... What the hell? And I can't kill him. Okay, I'll leave him alone. And just fight my clone. Alright, so you attack your clone. Somehow. Okay.
점 찍었네. 이제야 완성되었나?
Alright. What is this guy? W Court. I think that I got that guy. Who's he? I think that's W Court cleanup agent. Alright, this is gonna be hard. I'm just gonna have to neutral it. Oh, he's just gonna kill. He's going for the kill on Yusang. Maybe I can hopefully stagger him. Or I just get out maneuvered there.
작품을 만들다 죽을 수 있다니. 그야말로 이상. 꿰뚫려라. 꿰뚫리고. 흐르는 피로군 꿰뚫리고. 가족을 위해. 엎드리도록. 따뜻 쏟아내라. 가족을 위해. 따뜻 피.
He really is just really strong. I don't really have a tanky thing. My solemn guy is not leveled up at all. Feel kind of bad.
오랜 목마름도
I was hoping he would do fine. I think it literally was because he was one level below. So he wasn't winning all of his clashes as much as he would.
그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
Clear within 10 turns? Wait, why can't I deploy him? Oh, is it because he's unlocked his... You know what? His, Blood Fiend powers, so... He's not a fair, like, addition to whatever this fight is? Or do they all... We have to fight him? Are we fighting him? Are we fighting... Blood Fiend version?
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면.
명을 받듭니다.
Now we'll be fine.
사냥감인가 몸이.
The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yuseng, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we ran our final tests. Please vacate the room, people. Clean up coming through. Ah, apologies. Miss Don Quixote has ought to. Prithee avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Roshinate have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Ah, yet 'twere quite the hideous accessory, sorry. To be forced upon Roshinate. I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder. Oh god, he's saying, you did not say what I think you're about to say. How all of us stack up to him now. Oh god. About the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Roshinate at her present state. Whatever art thou suggesting? Roshinate is other than mine eternal seed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. It was a query posed towards Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. Miss Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has been collected. Ever been collected. Well, then no time like the present to get collecting, huh? Good thing we're in a lab, too, where else are we going to get a chance to do that? This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, it sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happened on that trained the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But that's... 'Twas but an independent decision called by Roshinate itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had naught to do with my will. Well, you know. Potato. I was already quite aware of the core of the individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Fie on thee! Thou shalt treat a person such as I with such, like some useless shell. What if we slipped our shoes off and on really quickly? The standard here at LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if we all but measure is a hollow shell. A hollow shell? We have indulged your provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my lab boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can punch holes in its walls. Oh, very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result here. Utterly terrified? Terrified? Oh, and for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Outcome NA. Reason subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that the dearest Roshinate deserves the moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is Don Quixote in her core still, without Roshinate's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus company ever comes to a unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, you saying will be ready to slip those shoes back onto your feet, and even at a moment's notice, Kay? I shall be on the ready. Behold me not, with such excessive anticipation all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething. This 7-layered knot poseth quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot those two shoelaces would ever tie. Of course. Ah, there we go. Rest thee well, Roshinate. For I... The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Roshinate doesn't necessarily mean she'd be losing control? Because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Mancha Land? Or was it because we assumed that Roshinate was now just a disguise? And now that Don Quixote had accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. The researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote Sancho the Second Kindred is like. We do.
Mother. Oh, Mother.
Our existence in death and perpetually. Complete us. Fill our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of the humans. Ooh. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly began to echo in my head. They're the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's extinct given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease. Embrace this unending hunger for blood. Propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserved to drink, I must. Dante! Dante, wake up! Ain't this a lot like the last time? Oh, ain't this a lot like the last time when the fire on their head suddenly exploded? I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. Gah! I'm okay. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to make Don Quixote back, we're going to need to quench her thirst somehow.
When do I get to drink the blood? Never. Get out. Tongue.
The desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Do we keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. Damn it, have you been listening to what the executive banner said? Been saying it's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples ain't gonna do anything. So you are going to sit here and do nothing? And this is a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right, he's saying, shoes, get those shoes back on her feet! I cannot! A berserker wall of possessor surrounds her! This is one luxury's sake. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible! So much power, even in the state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. What? You egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? You've got to do something. We haven't seen how hard the last hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action would be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Death. And she doesn't have the other downgrade. She only has one of the downgrades. Oh, God.
받아볼 텐가.
12수에게 명한다.
직접 발견.
이하로 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
I don't think we can kill him. Oh, they gave him Don Quixote's attack. The attack I didn't like. I think he's just gonna rip me apart.
다소 즐겁군. 총알값 아까울 노래.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
Yeah. Wait, am I supposed to win this? Because this I don't think this is very winnable.
계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 잦아들 때까지.
자, 어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고. 애무로 꿰뚫어라. 저 해충들을 도려내. 쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Pumpkin! Hi, Gaga.
길을 열어라.
Hi, Gaga. Yeah, I was losing that hard. I'm trying to think what I can do to win this.
당분간은 고개 숙이고 기어야겠군.
Clear within 10 turns, also.
이번 주고는
On someone that's basically the end boss of the last game area, where it took me, what, 20 turns? We were just playing a game of WoW? Well, that's wonderful, Gaga. What were you playing? Abysses? Ooh, I wish I could play that. I think that's on my wish list, actually.
야음을 틈타.
Hi, Zudo. Sure, I'll try my best. I will try.
헤어내리.
I like how that was dominating, and he instantly lost both rolls.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 잦아들 때.
Okay, so Heathcliff's dead. Ain't nothing I can do. did 400 damage to all of us. He literally, like, wiped the floor with us in 2 turns that time with a stronger Hung Liu. Hung Liu.
무리한 임무도 아닌데 실패했으니 이번 주고는 오래 보겠어.
He's just stronger. Oh, you can't break his sanity. If he loses sanity, he just starts getting stronger. Hi, Zudo. He gets stronger. For every 3% he's lost. I have to get him to 60%. You can't panic him. Even if you could panic him, he gets stronger. But if you can't panic him, but you panic him, he gets stronger. And if he kills anyone, he gets max blood feast from their HP, which is like a minimum of 190 based on last fight. Which is a lot. Like, he gets very strong for that. He's weak to pierce, but I don't really have a lot of piercing units. Wait, so who do I use to win this? Because I don't think there's a way I win this. Baby, come here. I'm sorry I was loud. Does anyone know? Trying to think. Would the support Ishmael help me out here? Don't think so. Just look at my nose. Why you look at my nose? I'm trying to think. Well, he gets stronger if panicked, so we can't. We need to like hit him hard and fast. Isn't that right, puppy? Isn't that right? Help me out, guys. I don't know what to do here. Anyone got any suggestions? I think Will is busy. I guess we could try my idea. I don't know how helpful Ishmael will be, though. Because I think they changed something about her because she's... No, you're fun, Hectic. Trying to think what would be the smart play here. Let me look at his page again. Well, her page. Sorry. Weak to Pierce. Don't know about blunt resistance. I'm sure they're very resistant to blunt. They're weak to gluttony and weak to lust. Sloth isn't going to do a thing. They might be weak to wrath as well. Maybe. Actually, that would make sense. It's probably ineffective. Can't get them low. And then there's the problem where I have to... There's a attack she does that's like... I don't have anyone that can resist it.
Apple.
Apple? Hi, boring. Trying to think. Wait, why are you saying apple?
Yes. Orange.
The heck? Wait, are y'all saying any other fruit besides pumpkin? Are y'all being that petty? Wait, is it pumpkin a vegetable? Hey, you're on Twitch now. You could say hi on YouTube, you know. I'm on my I have my YouTube set up. Unless it's not working. Is YouTube working?
Pineapple.
I'm gonna fight you.
Huh?
Thank you for the Twitch follow. Tomato. Turtle, shut up! Don't join Twitch chat and attacking me specifically. Shut up. Go on. I know you want to leave me. You're scared of my loud voice, I know.
Peekaboo. Squash.
What the hell do you mean, squash? I'm sorry? I was gonna do anime night tonight, but you guys are like cruising for bruising. I swear. Don't make me play Maple Story. I'll do it. I'll have fun by myself. It's the other thing grown with pumpkins. I'm pretty sure pumpkin is a type of squash, so yes, that would make sense. But why not just say pumpkin then? Say pumpkin! It's pumpkin spice! Pumpkin spice is here! Which, by the way, I need someone to clip this. Clip this, guys. Clip this. Dunkin' Donuts. I would request a card to have free coffees. I promise to only use it. Let me reconnect back to my phone. My phone disconnected in the middle of me. I would request a card for unlimited pumpkin spice for the winter, please. For autumn, and then like winter, can I have peppermint? Just for the rest of this year. It's like 3 months. Come on. You know what? No. You know what? Scooters as well. Scooters. I love you. You have also started getting my attention. Whoever sends me the card will get my undying devotion. It only has to be for this year. I'm not even asking for another year. I'm just asking for this year. I just want pumpkin spice. And peppermint. And all the gloriousness that comes with that. Come on. What do you got to lose? Although I do wish I could have one for next year because of I missed brownie batter season. Guys, can you believe it? I missed brownie batter season. Anyways, Goya. What do you mean, turtles? I've come from YouTube to attack you specifically. Wow. I do love a good pumpkin pie. But my favorite dessert is tiramisu. If they ever create a tiramisu brownie, or a tiramisu donut, or a tiramisu coffee, ugh! Every vegetable but pumpkin, I will stab you turtles. Full stop.
Honeydew, do it.
Honeydew, do it. I'll fight you. As an Italian, this makes me very happy. All I'm saying is, Italians know where it's at with desserts, okay? I should know this. I'm Irish. I don't know what it is scientifically about Irish people, but we know good ethnicity food. Like, we love ethnic food, and when basically every other food is ethnic to us. If I, as an Irish person, am saying that tiramisu beats all of your other cakes, it does. That's just fact. I'm sorry. You may have another opinion, and it's okay to be wrong. I've never had a cannoli. Only thing I've had that's French, and I don't even know if I've had a real tiramisu. The closest I get is going to this, I guess, Italian restaurant, but I kind of doubt it's actually Italian because they use a lot of
Bokathedragon,
onions.
So you're going to continue Limbus, or is it switching time?
I haven't stopped yet. Still trying to figure out this fight. Cannolis aren't French? What are they then? You spoke like they were Italian or French. So I just assumed you were saying they were. But then again, assuming makes an ass out of you and me. Italian! Italian! Did I say French? I thought I said Italian. But yeah. You know what? Slight pause here in the middle of games.
Coconut, yam, cantaloupe, durian, elderberry, hollyberry, even clucking tomatoes. I will go through every plant I know before I say.
Alright. Where's tiramisu? Brownies? You already know. You know what? There you go. Never had. Oh wait. We have to have a row that says add a row below. Never had it. I've never had that. Never had that. This is pretty good. Never had that. That's pretty okay. Applesauce is eh. I've never had a good, crazy good applesauce. Baklava ain't that bad. Banana bread's pretty good. Never had these. Never had those. Never had that. Shaved ice. Shaved ice is eh. It's almost there. I was like in there. Bolabao, never had that. Bruchet, these are pretty darn good. Bubble tea, S tier. God tier. Bubble waffles, I think I've had those. I don't know if I've had like the best ones of those. But eh. Boober cha, never even heard of it. Bunt cakes. Oh my gosh. Cake pops. Eh. To be fair, Starbucks has kind of killed cake pops for me. Cannolis, never had them. Cannoli, never had it. Caramel. Carrot cake. I don't think I've ever had that. Never even heard of that. New York cheesecake. Pretty darn good. I would say it's like right here. Chiffon cake, never had it. Ching ting, never had it. Chocolate chip cookies. I've had some crazy good chocolate chip cookies, to be fair. Chocolate muffins. Someone needs to surprise me on chocolate muffins. They're just eh. Churros. I don't think I've had an authentic churro. I've had a gas station churro and it was alright. Cinnamon rolls are probably the only thing that beat angel food cake for me. Eclairs. I like a good eclair. Cream puffs. The ones I've had have been amazing, but I don't think I've had
Those fried dough balls from the Brooklyn streets.
No, I have not. I've had some cream puffs, but I don't know if they're the best. Technically, I would say here, because the ones I had weren't really what I see everyone else say are cream puffs. Well, I guess to be fair, I should put it here. Crepes. I love crepes. Creme brulee. I've never had it. Never had that. Dongos. I've always wanted to try dongos, but I've never had them. Danishes are pretty good. They're what I consider the mid-tier dessert. If you're below Danishes, you're not really on the board for me. Just slightly above Danishes. Always wanted to try these. Dutch baby, never had it. Egg tarts, never had it. Financers, I don't know what those are, so I'm gonna say I haven't had it. Flan is okay. French toast. Frozen yogurt, eh. Fruit salad, never had it. Fruit tarts, never had it. Fruit cake, I'm told it's terrible. Actually, not a... Alright. Gingerbread? I heckin' love gingerbread. Never had that. Never had that. Ice cream cake? I used to have an ice cream cake all the time as my... To give you an idea, the thing that beats ice cream cake for me is tiramisu. Tiramisu replaced ice cream cake for me. Ice cream... Slightly above apple. It's like my master of this tier. Ice candy, never heard of it. Jello is bleh. Key lime pie, I would say probably there. Never had that. I think I've had these in a Chinese restaurant, and they're all right. Never had that. Never had that. Never had that. Lava cakes? Oh my gosh. Lemon squares? Those are pretty darn good. Macarons? I've never had an authentic macaron. I've had, like, pretend ones. Never had these. Never had those. Never had this. Had marble cake. Marble cake's pretty good. Never had that. Never had that. Or that. That's not a dessert. As far as I know. I don't think I've ever had it, though. I'm trying to think. Have I had mince pie? I don't think I have. But I assume it's ew. Mochi! Mochi is, like... pretty good. I think that would be, like, my top of B. I've always wanted to try mooncake. I've had mousse before. Mousse is kind of, like, just good. Muffins are eh. Nougat is pretty darn good. Is this coconut? If that's coconut, I can't have that. Never had that. Pancakes aren't a dessert. I mean, you could make dessert pancakes, I guess. And they're usually pretty good. Peanut cookies are okay-ish. Pecan pie is nasty. Never had it. Popsicles are bleh. Pumpkin pie. Red bean soup. Never had it. Red velvet cake is me and mom's one of our favorites. Rice Krispie treats are... I struggle to call them a dessert. They're just eh. Sesame balls? I've had sesame balls. Sesame balls are amazing. S'mores? If you don't put s'mores in your
to fight you if you put pancakes in a low rank. Offensive to us Canadians.
Oh, I love pancakes. You don't have to worry. Even though I don't really consider them a dessert. But there is the argument that you can make dessert pancakes. So I sorbets, bleh, souffle, never had it. But I would like to try it. Actually, let's do this. Strawberry shortcake. Strawberry shortcake is like...
Boka hates good
Mid-tier.
food.
I hate good food. You don't know that. Oh wait, I have had a Swiss roll. Swiss rolls used to be my favorite. Alright, tiramisu is the only thing that beats brownies for me. Truffles I've never had, but I would love to try. Waffles... Are they above or below pancakes for me? Wait. Let me think about this. Of the dessert pancakes and waffles I had, they've all been pretty good, so I guess I would put them here. But I don't know where they would lie. They're probably about even for me. Never had that. Looks like blood. Marabi mochi. Never had it, but never heard anything bad. Cheese. I haven't had all of cheese, but I'm gonna have to tell you all, it's not a dessert. Cheese is not a dessert. There is no sweet cheese that I go out of my way to have that as a dessert. Dates, never had it. Japanese cheesecake, always wanted to try it. Turkish delight, always wanted to try it. That's a funny name. I would try it just because of the name being barf. Bread pudding. Bread pudding that I've had has been pretty darn good. But again, with that one, I don't know if I've ever had authentic. I've just had, like, mass-produced version of it. Bigardido, never heard of it. Butter cookies are like, eh. Never had it. Never had it. Crepes from Japan. Japanese crepes. Never had them. I think those would be number one on my most wanted tries. I think this is actually pretty close to the order of how badly I want to try them. Kerfolies. Never had them. Malva pudding. Never had it. Never had that. Never had that. Those don't look that appetizing, honestly. Pound cake. Kind of mid-tier.
I'll probably get put in timeout for this, but peanut butter is disgusting.
You know what's funny? You're correct. Never had it. Never had it. Doesn't look that appetizing, honestly. Actually, is that a donut? It looks like some kind of donut. I might try it. This one's gonna be contentious to my Australian viewers. It's like right here for me. It's like way down here. I would love to try it, but I'm not that excited about trying it, if you know what I mean. Only because you guys seem funny and you might have something. I don't know. Would like to try it. That doesn't look appetizing. That looks like a loaf of bread. Millionaire's shortbread. Never had it. Doesn't sound appetizing. There we go. I'll share it on Twitter. But those of you on Twitter, there you go. Alright. There you go. The objectively true tier list. Need you all to understand that I'm correct. You just have to live with it. For you to know meringue is just water and sugar. I don't believe you. Where's meringue at? Because I definitely haven't had it yet. Where do you see meringue on here? Who cares? I don't believe you. Wait a sec. Do I have I feel like I have an account here. Okay, there we go.
Worth it. Sorry, not sorry, less than 3.
Worth it? Sorry, not sorry. Oh, you can do alignment charts and stuff. Okay, that's cool. Can I save this?
Are we going to have a civil war in chat over peanut butter?
Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. Dulce de leche. Isn't that just milk? Isn't leche just milk? Or are you gonna clip my tier list, you can? Have people mad at me? Just milk, right? Not just that? Caramel made with milk? Sounds good, at least. Maybe, thinking about it. Have fun! I stand by my choices! With my F in Spanish, I can decree it has milk. I would get probably a C in Spanish. I remember a lot of what I learned. Thanks to Senor Frog. But not very well. So I'd probably get like a C. If we had like a few refresher courses and then I took a test, I'd probably get like a C. Right, I love how everyone has lobotomy now. It's gotta be one of these people. I'm trying to think. I can't think of what to do here. My only thought is change him to the higher level of him. And hope that my rupture, one of my super rupture effects activates. Did you like what you saw, Yukin? Did you think it was controversial enough? Or did you agree? You totally agreed with me, right, Yukin? As my editor, you can't say otherwise. You saw the list for 5 seconds? You gonna answer, Yukin? You gonna answer? Agree until I see your reasoning? Well, I kind of explained my reason for each choice while I picked it. To be fair, like half that list is haven't tried or I'm willing to try. But of the desserts I've had, I'm very decisive. Nothing's ever gonna beat brownies. And basically the god tier are gonna be very, they're never gonna be dethroned, but there's room for them to have company. Waste of time? Are you saying you don't disagree?
Simpable sinner?
Simpable sinner? Yeah, I'll do that. I could do that tier list. What's it called? It's Limbus Company. Oh, that's all their forms. Okay, here we go. Okay, Dante. Dante's just middle of the road. Don't really know how to feel about them yet. Don Quixote. After her current arc, she's an S. Faust is always an S. Sinclair is a good boy. He's a cutie. Heath is just a sad soul. So far, I still love Hung Lu. Love Ishmael. Mersalt is kind of middle of the road. I don't know how to feel about them yet. Don't like her. She seems kind of pretentious. She's the only one that beats Faust for me. Only other guy on this list? I don't know where to put you. Probably here. Who's that? Wait, are there two of them? And Tauron is must protect at all times. But probably like right here. Is this another of him? Or is this different versions of him? Because this one just looks old.
Fun fact, I showed a lesbian Ryoshu and her first reaction was wood.
Exactly. Wood. Ryoshu is definitely a wood. It's funny because Otis was my first tier 3. But her character is just not likable right now for me. I mean, like, if I was more fair to her, she'd be right here. I don't know how to feel about her, but I don't like how she acts. So, like, technically, she's slightly above her, so I guess I would put her here. Currently, she's my most hated. Just because she seems kind of... more or less complainy. And even when she's not complaining, it feels like, are you adding anything of substance to this conversation? But she's very nice to Sinclair and Don Quixote, so like she redeems herself in that respect. But he's just old and she's a JA. But yeah. I think this is the only way we can do this. I think I'm going to take him out. And hope that this is a solid enough formation. With the extra potency. And I think, doesn't he add something? Yeah, it was pretty easy. If we're going by terms, it's definitely Ryoshu, Faust, and Don Quixote who are the girls I like the most. It's pretty precise in how I feel about them so far. They're gonna have to do a lot for Otis for her to be redeemed in my eyes. I'm trying to think about the others. Very little Don Quixote could do to lower themselves from their S tier now. Just because I kind of like... I feel for her at the same time I love her. But Ryoshi's gonna have to do a lot. She's literally... She's basically, what is she basically? She's basically Hancock from One Piece for me. She could kick a puppy and I'd probably be like, the puppy had it coming. Is that wrong of me? Probably. I wouldn't refute. I wouldn't deny it if you said. All right. We're gonna... Okay, he doesn't do any extra damage to you.
떠올라오곤 하는군. 받아볼 텐가. 12수에게 명한다. 이 안에 숨겨진 자 누구한테 살려보내지 마라.
전탄격발.
Wait, is Ryoshi a mother? I have kind of gotten that vibe a little bit. Oh, he died because of the bleed. Okay, yeah. Sounds about right.
도끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘여. 길을 열어라.
헤어내리. Starberries.
무엄하군.
내가 죽어도 lychee.
지나온 길을 생각하면 이 또한
Yeah, he just destroys you.
내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
I don't know how I do this fight.
예전부터 한 번에 되는 일이 없었지. 대관원을 나선
I do like his statement. When is the first attempt ever perfected anything?
그러니 될 때까지 피를 흘리고 치고 박으면 그만이다. 나의 도끼는
He's not wrong.
차고 넘치니까.
I'm trying to think, like, what would I need to do? I'm gonna save up the rest of my stuff to try to get the stuff at the end. I don't know what to do, chat.
발명품이 잘 작동하는군. 기름만 좀 더 칠해줬어도 좋았겠어.
좋겠어. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to think in terms... Like, we kind of got close with that fight. I think if we hadn't lost, Mersault, we would have won. Like, but I don't know how viable it is to get rid of the bleed. Like, how would I do that? I'm gonna go get a snack, guys. I'll be right back. I can't wait for parents to get back from their shopping. I need food to think. Okay. I'm thinking. I mean, there's no harm in it. Let's try this.
지정 보호 구역의 소요 사태 확인.
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다. 이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래. 도끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘야. 길을 열어라. 시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 하나 살펴보지 마라.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
지 목을 떨궈주마. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Finally beat it. I knew it. I knew it was probably going to be Ishmael. But I didn't think she'd be that effective. I thought she was just going to get beat the crap up, but nope. I have to be the mother. To all of them. The family's thirst, it's...
No, my lady. You needn't be the mother of anyone here. Here. You are a sinner. Nothing more.
didn't think Virgilus would be the one to come in. Virgilus.
I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the First Kindred had given to the Third Sinner. Well then.
I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilus fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turn the clock. After some time passed. Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness or did something affect your memory?
Boca, try to make meringues.
Meringues? Tell you what. I'll make that one of the tier goals for the next subathon on Christmas. Does that work? I'll make it, like, pretty low. And I'll see if I can get some gloves and we'll make it live. If I can. If I can't, I'll make it and then I'll, like, take pictures. Can't promise to make it live, though. Fraudulous doing his yearly act. I don't know if you could call him fraudulous. The man fights well. I'm a Project Moon fan. I'm illiterate. Wait, what chapter are you on? Because I'm pretty sure there's some chapters where you need to read. Like, I'll give you the excuse that you didn't really need to read the whole coupon episode if you had Ishmael, but some of these scream to me that you needed to read. This fight was a toughie. I feel like I kind of scammed it with Ishmael. I do need to buy her. She's probably the next center outfit I'm buying. With her thread spins. Manager Esquire, my memories are fine. But they were, I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices, so many voices. But, voices? The voices of my family. But, the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all Sinclair turned off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindred were dead. That is correct, but I cannot well explain how... The only way I might explain this is that it was as through my very blood remember them still. I recognize some of them. Some were voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seemed that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend my father's seat. Perhaps I always was ever since then. And I was struck not only by my thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst, indeed. I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural because I am a blood fiend. Thus, the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity. And I hurt you all. As Don Quixote the Blood Fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote a sinner and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault. No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us after spinning up, vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with the supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge. I've done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenacious, as today's events have demonstrated? Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger?
I don't know. It seemed like he was in it only to sate his curiosity.
Call it merely the auspicious, opportune convenience. This risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Certain analysis can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends in this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experienced. For example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true. The machine gun kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events of La Mancha Land, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within the blood. LCD's cooperative reports explain that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more, that it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply on the...
Confirmed.
Huh? Dawn Milf confirmed... We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply on their on-site investigative reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all of that desire is now focused onto an individual, on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it's easy to see why her whole destiny was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because of none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endless exacerbating thirst and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind perseveres these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere words thirst does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do. But I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day, I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk barefoot and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? That there are those who would quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you, even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it's necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet, with the effort from the subject herself and efforts from various other environmental factors, this subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts. Or any kind of effort, really. Because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha Land. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes are never to be removed again.
Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're going to persevere towards.
Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Miniature Esquire. Perchance is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so? it's no coincidence that at this very moment I noticed Faust looking at my direction. I'm pretty sure something happened to actual Don Quixote. I think we should all be worried about that chapter. If they ever do that canto, where where Dawn finds out what happened to actual Dawn, I really hope she knows that I had nothing to do with it. And if it was my choice, they would have just been put away. And not harmed or experimented on at all. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly. I was to say I did. I stopped hesitating and tickling noises came to a stop.
Family therapy.
Very well then. However, I cannot help but admit that I feel some degree of anxiety as I watch Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. I think that we don't sufficiently know what happened. To be fair to us, all we know is they took him. Which we were kind of under the assumption they would. And I think we even said that was, like, as far as I think Dawn knows, that was always assumed. But I think we just know that they probably did more than just walk him away. That's our only suspicion even. And I don't even think if it's fair to blame us at that point. Because all we have is a sinking suspicion.
They're talking dead Quixote to the retirement home.
No, they did not take him to a retirement home. That's my thought too. Is I'm pretty sure they didn't take him just to contain him. I'm pretty darn sure that he's being experimented on. I'm like 80% sure of that. No, Don's not dead. Or can he actually die? Because I don't know if he can actually fully die. The first kindred, I mean. Like the first literal... As far as we know, they can't die.
Wagon.
The wagon. As far as we know. I know the reason Dawn doesn't die is because she's revivable. Because she's connected to us. And she's actually weaker because she's connected to us. Which is what's scary. Is if she wasn't weakened, I'm pretty sure she'd be on par with Virgilus. Because Virgilus was tired from fighting regular her at 60% health. Like, he didn't even have to fight 100% health. He had to fight 60% health. That's what's scary. He was tired from that. Like, I'm under the assumption that he could still beat her at 100%. But if she hadn't been connected to us, I'm pretty darn sure she'd be, if even with him, if not above him. In terms of strength. Probably. Well, now that that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Honheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Now, the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means... Indeed, we are able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Oh, and what are the conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you're all equally mediocre at present anyways, and there's plenty of significance, alright? We've all got to know who's the big boss. pretty sure it's gonna be Dawn. Pretty sure Dawn beats out all of you. While this is but a speculation of the worst case scenario, we must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among listeners to see which one of them would be at the apex of this scale. Or they'd be measured by their strength prior to their employment. Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... Dante don't. It is interesting now how every collective has the desire to get the big, clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test. You're not speaking from personal experience, are you? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless.
Boop, boop, boop.
No boops. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies the very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There was a very long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously looked at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Is Yi Sang the strongest? Wait, what's the other side of that list? Did they get the order wrong? Because I kind of see Yi Sang not being that strong because he's just a thinker. He doesn't really fight. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my fathoms, yet I learned still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the test of this day paint a picture of both my qualities. Thus spoke I, Yi Sang. Yi Sang? I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. He's saying it's the other way around. I thought so! I thought so! I thought so! Ah yes, the line was made from my point of view. From here, the sinners wielding that oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. I thought Dawn would be at the front. I was pretty confident in that. You saying it's okay? You're not a fighter. No one expects you to be anywhere near the top of this. And it's not a bad thing that you're not. It'd have been more weird if Dawn was the weakest. Well, you said some cool words, though. We got this. Right, you saying? Well, 'tis quite the bashful occasion, ahem, to be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts who was the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. On second thought... Wait! I have to look this up real quick. I like how everyone gives Otis, like... Okay. What we know... The order is how the senators are placed in the cutscene. So the power rating of the senators pre-Limbus is... Otis is second strongest? Really? And Ryoshu is third? I'd have switched these two. I kind of see the Mersault being super strong. I don't understand how Hung Lu is that low. Like under Faust. Gregor is somewhere... Gregor is between Heathcliff. Okay, he's the weakest, then it's him, then it's her. Which that surprises me. How is these two stronger than her? Because she fought whales constantly. And she survived. That kind of... Well, yeah, Moby Dick. Like, she fought whales. I don't see how she's stronger than him. But it also makes sense, because she can, like, literally one-tap him. General combat? I mean, fair, but she also was the one that ran Rapshod through that syndicate, the Marachi band people that kidnapped the Limbus committee member. But to be also fair, she was like geared for battle right then, and no one else was. Then share. How is this? Is the part I don't understand. How are these swapped? I could see her being 3, but I can't see her being 3. You see Gregor being 2? They don't show you where Gregor is. I have a feeling... Do they even tell you? That's the other part. If she's about to say Ishmael should be in charge instead of Don Quixote, why would she say that if she's number 2? She would say Ryoshu. If any, I think the line's slightly out of... Not quite correct. On second thought, it appears that it would have been best if we left the command to Ishmael as we have done so far. Why would she say that if she's number 2? That doesn't make any sense. I'd expect. Yeah, it's implied that her team got screwed over by her ability to lead in the war, so I might expect she'd be lower. Like, that's what I get, the vibe I get from her. Is she's someone that thinks she's better than she is. That's why I don't like her very much, because it feels like all she does is boast, but she doesn't back it up very well. And she also feels like she has one of the weakest clash abilities. Like, it's strong in terms of it can win a clash, but it doesn't do a lot of damage, if at all. Like, she might be very smart in terms of, like, warfare, but it sounds like she's not strong at all. Yeah, she always feels like she's overinflating her ability. Yeah, because it feels like, I guess because she's been a sailor, that's why Ishmael kind of generally becomes like the leader when they're in trouble and stuff, because she's good at controlling a mass group in emergencies, because she fought the whales all the time. So I feel like she doesn't deserve to be as low. Forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixture or a squire. 'Tis oft the case that such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since time immemorial. Very happy to see this discussion not come into blows. Are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Are we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in that order. No, I mean, fellas, I wasn't even part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's get on with it.
I assume Outis, being Dante's #1 glazer, said Ishmael would be in charge behind Dante because of her being trusted with leadership by Dante.
Yeah, that's what I would say. That, and Ishmael seems to be competent when it comes to commanding. Whereas Otis does not. I would not trust Otis with command. I'm sorry. And then in terms of strength, I see Ryoshu as being stronger. Because she feels like she's stronger. She's noticed things that Otis clearly didn't notice. She's done things that Otis clearly can't do. Although this is so mean. Hey, you can't just disregard me like a swat way to fly. Lathotep? I guess somewhere around my level, probably. Or Keithcliff's. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in the discussion. Ah, you're the center with that bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to play you in the least favorable category of all researchers. Least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. Ugh. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot well be placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I'd say you carry a certain potential. I like this. He could typically either be the strongest or the weakest. I love that insinuation. But it makes some sense in the fact that he was in war just like Otis. So it feels very weird that someone that survived in the front line easily would be weaker than her, who lost tens of thousands of her own people because of our decisions. Let not this query harry your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny getting consoled by the guy who plays last. I think Gregor's pretty strong. Just the vibe I get from him. He feels like one of the most dependable characters. What I've, like, experienced with him, he feels very dependable. Top 5 at minimum? Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I also don't think Faust is stronger than Hung Lu. Because everything we know about Hung Lu screams that he's higher up than he looks like he is. I wouldn't be surprised if he was not trying as hard as he could have in the tests. But I also know that he's not as strong as... He's not stronger than Otis or Ryoshu. So he's probably like 4th. I would say Greg's 5th. Mersalt is 6th. I feel like Mersalt sounds like he would be the evening bar. Or he'd be stronger than Gregor. Gregor would be like 6th. That's the lowest I'm willing to put Gregor. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were of great help, of course. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up trying to fix my handwriting. Don't be happy about that, Heathcliff. Wipe the side of his nose. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former Elcor, our classification system seems to have lifted a hole from their system. However, the criteria by which the former Elcor measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy. But their destructive capabilities were not part of the criteria despite the correlation. Despite their potential... Why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels, despite their potential to kill even multiple high-ranking employees. They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that their priority would be on the measure of the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L-Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on and on in the intro. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortions, risk levels, and classification codes. Wow, how interesting. Why did I say it like that? Wow, how interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivety of which you asked me that question. Is this why they put him so low? It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Because of the naivety of some of the things he says. Us, it's us. The sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec. Aren't you just offloading your work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, oi, don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just, in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta... The other way around, assistant. Ah! We gotta do the research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shite. Honheim's really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that is already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. So a distortion like that
over there, pokes tail and runs away.
I'm gonna smack you. So a distortion like that Time Ripper fellow will eventually become an abnormality too if left untouched. If you're referring to the subject He6P2001, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course, because that particular subject isn't contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh, didn't the Limbus company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know where to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so the he-something is the new classification code format? Indeed, because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and shape of a distortion, we have decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities. PI must refer to Pigrita, Soft. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of Picatola. They do indeed follow the same thought process. If we're being technical here, I wouldn't say it mimics it. I would be more accurate to say that as Picatola are at once the origins of distortion phenomenon and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred one-to-one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember saying that risk levels were determined based on incompatible production rates. Incompatible? Failing. Inca failing? Inca failing? Inca failing. Failing for short. Production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us, who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus company personnel might suffer should they engage in these entities in battle. While this Time Ripper poses a very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapon means they can immediately deal a nigh fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6, from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note, this is not a perfect system, and these values are there only as references. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else other than the monolith? One of the highest potential values among Limbus companies' businesses. Thus, the development of transportation, management, and processing methodologies of the monolith is a growing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger? But wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city, just like the golden bow. At first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the back streets, to now being collected by companies both large and small, nameless like a plague. We also learned that they have become rather high priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research expedition and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and sale of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures.
I pronounce Ikithilin or however you spell it since I forgot like ECF Thilin.
I'm pretty sure the later part of it is failing because of the PH. You could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts. Because we may have had to confront the wings directly were that the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? Ishi, how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find the answers to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know just ahead of time, just in case. I mean, she's not wrong. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see. From Kanar to the star of the city, I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Not SOC yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death. Hohenheim slowly turned around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protected them, though? I am impressed by your optimism, given the kind of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't even need to go far back in time to discuss the incidents with the fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you will be enough to protect them? I feel like if you put that question in reverse, and you say, should Dawn protect me? Which I'm pretty sure Dawn would protect me. Would any of them be able to kill me? But also at the same time, I'm pretty sure Ryoshi's really good at assassinations. She just gives me that vibe. It feels like she might actually be a Heisho. In which case, no. No one defending me would keep me alive. No, the flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved. That no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence, and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whatever the case is the case. You do have the potential to become star of the city threat at some time in the future. But do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. And please don't forget that this is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. Makes sense. Wait, is this bringing me down? Oh. I don't care if he's low level. Those people aren't part of the fight. We're almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned thus far. And for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry, my hypotheses have never been wrong most of the time. This experiment, that was an oxymoron. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision. And I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosity and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not gonna like where this is going. Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but... Oh, don't you worry. My researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you. Relax. I understand that none of you would be willing to participate in this experiment. I swear if you're gonna force us to distort, saying we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on, I can't let you do that. Even ask your assistant. Yes, but you must. We are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... forget what I said. That was foolish of me to say. Yeah, Otis is F tier right now. She being a bit too much of a dumbass right now. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you have all entertained at least once. No, I ain't curious. I ain't very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into a peccatulum? You could end up becoming a peccatulum, just another one of the fodder we slaughtered on our way through our test earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of peccatulum I would turn into. He bet on Golai, I on Nvidia, and her on Picate. Wait. I'm trying to figure out. It's not telling me. I know this is Pride. What is this? What's Goulier class? Oh, is it greed? Lust? Is it lust? Gluttony. Okay, yeah. Okay, gluttony. Nvidia and Picatari. Picatari is sloth. I know that. Hi, Naka. Oh, thank you for the raid, Naka. Blinka. Hope you're doing well. And then Nvidia. What is Nvidia? Video's wrath. Don't say pumpkin. Say pumpkin. Oh, you did a music reaction stream? I need to come and watch those more. I like the music ones you do. I also like when you comment on like D&D stuff. Nvidia is envy. Okay, so he thinks he's envy. He thinks himself is gluttony, and she thinks he's sloth. We did headbanging today. Awesome.
Nicked them up.
That's still pumpkin to me. Okay, so he thinks himself is a glutton. That gluttony personifies him. He thinks that wrath personifies him. No, envy personifies him. And she thinks he's just lazy. Is what I'm getting. Yes, I'm gonna try to get... She's almost done getting her stuff together. She's just had a lot of cleaning to do recently, Naka. But we should be able to start... beginning of next month, maybe? Next weekend, next month? Is what I'm hoping for. could you? Think about it like this. If I were to become a Picatula, it would be akin to losing a game of chance. Of course, that's what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at the precise time, consider to be losing. But the mere fact of turning into a Picatulum relieves me of any value to life. I'd say he was being a bit too hard on himself, but that kind of felt like a too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like you to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I am well aware that I am not the kind of congealed person who earns others' favor at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship...
Apple.
Rude. But you have a wonderful day, Naka. If you need to get some rest or anything, go ahead. Get you some water and stuff. Brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you wouldn't hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a Picatulum, it may as well mean that Hohenheim the entity has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the Picatulum. A mere byproduct.
Banana.
But what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals with backup plans or something? This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip. Heads or tails. It appears that you still insist on using your absurd 50-50 theory. I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and get as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk, poring day and night over books and papers, isn't it? If it's tails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket, and files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully destroy it, we would be halfway to success. For the first time, I'm feeling quite the envy for you all. I wish I could be the witness to my very own distortion. If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you've even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of social necessities. Nods. Then the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of the Fathoms, and you will progress through the mirror dungeon as you always done. When facing a distortion to reach its deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Hexa section. And once you've made it that far, it is likely that you'll find me unconscious, or if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo-headed Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-headed Kim, he's recovered. He's safely contained within our facilities. It seems they are ready to activate the monolith. I am confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite an exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? not a pecatolum. Indeed. And I? Hello? I can still hear them. Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back no matter what. The manager says we'll bring him back no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well. Please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write this? Write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code. I don't think you'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Mersault? It will be done as you commanded. Mersault nodded, then began reading the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation. 5 minutes. Potentiality. Anticipation. Right hand. The moment Mersault uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear before the Hohenheim's distortion, as though there were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermediately behind the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. The past I never wanted to share. The past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment, however. I needed to expose every little detail of it. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? Interesting. Wait. Which one's the best one to take here? Because I obviously know that this one's... If I'm correct, this is the one that gives me power up, damage up twice. What does this one do? I'm a rupture team. Should I take these? The spiked boots? Oh, that's really good. That's almost as good as dry chicken breast. Bottom path is rupture? Oh, do I get a relic based on which path I go?
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
Good, it appears that I can censor these with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to declassify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon of the Phantoms, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You, us? What is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any proper level of proper communication will be feasible given that you're in a dungeon of the Phantoms. Well, then do something about it. I regret to tell you that this study of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this. Like that library. Fable to have every book in existence. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Okay, so what if they were gonna say is blocked out?
불가 위
시비수에게 명한다.
마당하지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨지지 마.
꿰뚫려라.
사기를 보내지 마. 합격장. 토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈틈
묘여. 길을 열어라.
틈틈하군요.
점 찍었니? 이건 예상 못했나봐.
이제 깨우치시게.
교전 시작합니다.
이제 깨우치시게.
Okay.
어려울 거 없다고 했잖아, 죽은.
Basically, I'm gonna always want to go through here if I'm using my Rupture team, is what you're saying to me. This is in the mirror dungeon now, right? After I complete it? This is the new place I want to go. Is what it's screaming to me.
숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
Well, yeah, but I have the potential to get each of those Rupture relics in this area, don't I? Yeah, okay. Figure it. I see you playing a Dragon Quest. I want to play. It doesn't sound any different from his usual self. The sanity degradation due to the distortion effects vary subject differently. Affects everyone differently. Yeah, I mean, but censoring his own fathoms? But Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the fathoms. You'll see through it with Dante's powers whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this, then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself, one of the few perks of being an elite researcher. Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what his face looked like. Something like this, perhaps? Whichever the case. I was planning to censor his appearance anyways. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. Oh, if this is about quitting, then you will find a better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you. For picking me, some dude from the backstreets to work here. Heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my, my potentiality. You saw something that no one cared to look into before, you know what I mean? Ah, but it had nothing to do with something like so grandiose like his potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the backstreets for something so insignificant. While this information has never been publicly available, Lobotomy Corporation's primary criteria was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company. And in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originated from the backstreets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask Miss Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? As it may come to as a surprise to you, I am very adept at spending my time all on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from the ordinary man. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much.
Guess what, Boka? Having Chinese food for dinner tonight, D.
I had chicken. Do you believe in potentialities, Hohenheim? What an unrelenting, stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day, I might even find myself living at large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kind of like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm thinking here that I want to stick around in your circle. Okay. To bring about such drastic changes in one's life is in the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself, indeed, but you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities, and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyway. So I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation, you get me? Ah, thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the backstreets. Or was that a thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage, I tell you what. It reads your mind, screwing up all kind of strategies or whatever. As it's based on hard logic. As long as it's based on hard logic. Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. You, lie, us. Ah, the remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is I whom they really, truly wish to hurt. How's the stream going, Pumpkin Dragon? It's going good. But why? I just like pumpkins. I'm not a pumpkin dragon.
The Backstreets, eh? Does this mean they would be the Backstreet Boys? Hectic's too pun.
You're fired. Get out of here!
토끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
이제 깨우치시길.
묘야. 길을 열어. 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
이제 깨우치시길.
교전 시작합니다.
12수에게
이제 깨우치시길.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
You should know by now, Art, you're going to hear a lot of bad jokes. I just love hearing bad jokes. It's here. Finally here, the Department of the Year award. Indeed. I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course. And some other employees. Come on, admit it. Don't you notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to you in the hallway compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know. It's all because I'm that good of a right-hand man. I will admit, your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but... The next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards. Some promotions, some collaborative researches. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of the Lobotomy Corp, for one. You. Us. So I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me. Even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. The fall of the former L Corp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. What is this sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is... Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95. 94. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. And they're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Aye. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous... I must inform you that the chances of survival in cases of crisis such as this usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of the process may settle on primitive methods such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. In more barbaric groups, the survivor would decide by none other than the rule of might. However, I am glad to find myself among those who are on this side of intelligence, so I make this argument a suggestion before you. Compare yourselves whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs and making good on your debt payments, and me, who has produced several groundbreaking epical theses and research. He's appealing to their betterment of society, I guess? He's saying I'm really smart. Whose life, in your eyes, is of greater worth? The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind, boarded the escape pod elevator, and survived. How? How could you? Without even a hint of remorse. Wrath is a hideous emotion. I'm only here today because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The Elcourt branch within Hohenheim's Dungeon of the Fathoms begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Well, now that that's all over with, I invite you to come face me the distortion, and the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating his distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. You get Midwinter Nightmare from the Fey Tree, right? The Fey Lantern fight? Isn't it Midwinter Nightmare? I believe. Wait, it's gonna give me twigs from now on? Will, does it give you twigs from now on too now? Or just in this area? Is it just in this area that it can give you twigs? Okay.
필두, 출진. 교전 시작합니다.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
확인 사살. 불가 위약. 나간지
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이제 깨우치시겠. 꿰뚫려라.
되게 나쁘지 않군 그래.
꿰뚫려라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨진 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 합격장. 도끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈끊어.
묘여. 길을 열어라.
표적 확인. 훌륭하군요. 이제 깨우치시길.
What game is this? This is Limbus Company. If I had to put it in a category, I'd probably put it in like a roguelike Fire Emblem. Kind of like that. Similar? At least in terms of like certain abilities beat other certain abilities kind of thing. It's not a good descriptor by any means. But I feel like it kind of... You have 13 characters. You have like a group of characters. You use a certain amount of them. And you like try to balance all these like better and worse skills and stuff. But you also have sanity, roguelike elements.
So what you're saying is that it's a game. Tongue.
Shut up.
지금은 성공했지만 앞으로는 어떨지.
Oh, that's pretty good. If you start losing, you just start getting stronger and stronger. Yeah, it's secretly a card battling game with coin rolling. It's probably a better description. It is very roguelike, though.
내 명을 들은 시비수.
I've tried to get Snewy into this game. That card battler I showed you guys, he loves roguelikes. So every now and then I'll mention Limbus. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound where you come from, or fail the suppression and place me in a containment unit. And perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, you... Do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. That's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from them earlier. They told me that You're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be things in this world that are worth working towards. I think we'll be able to suppress him. I think Heathcliff kind of understands him a little bit.
점 찍었네. 명에 따라 홍원을 지켜라.
가족을 위해.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
꿰뚫려라. 확인 사살. 가족을 위해.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 목을 떨궈주마.
따뜻한 피.
합격장.
What plagues your mind, manager? Your suppression efforts seem to be smooth sailing. It is exactly as you have seen, manager. Save for a few parts that were censored, I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I have committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Of course, it may be reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone ever look at it from that perspective, manager? Especially when you are well aware that, in the city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. Thank you, Ursus! I can feel his gaze on me. Like you said, the suppression is going well, but this feels wrong, that it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us?
찍었네. 토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈새
묘여. 길을 열어라. 목을 떨궈주마. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
따뜻한 가족을 위해 틈새 깨우치시게.
The escape pods to the surface are here. But there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found hope and potentialities because of me. I hope in anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can just save my skin without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, John,
Time
what about
for
you?
dinner and then it's time for Pathfinder. Thanks for the stream. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Michael.
Slash.
Booble slash! You can't leave until we raid someone! Hectic. That's what you sign up for when you come here. Well, maybe next time. Some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I could sense the Dungeon of Fathom slowly beginning to close. Sometime later. Ah, I've returned safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Because it's not easy to put my faith, not in the game of numbers, but in those simplest potentialities of the world, and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting of a researcher to be so, but it's quite romantic. Quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold firm belief in the self, and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to you all. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was HE5SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre, after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Hornheim's researchers waved at us. Well, we'll meet again, right? Ew, no thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before we activated the portal were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. Though I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre, but they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Charon and Bergolas were waiting for us.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
There's another one? What is this one? What's Happy New Year? Alright. We'll do the next one next time. I like to leave each intervalo for each stream. Alright, that's the last intervalo before Kanto 8, right? It's long, FYI. And very hard. Wait, is this the intervalo you guys were talking about? That everyone gets weakened? Or is that Kanto 8? I remember y'all talking about a certain Kanto or intervalio weakening you all. Or like something switching or something? I don't think so? Okay. How many, what do they call them? Reading comprehension tests are there? I assume there was one of them in that last one, and that was Don Quixote's level. Which wasn't really a reading comprehension, it's more, do you have good units test. The duos are definitely a unit check? Yeah. It's just a battle of long attrition. So basically, a lot of missions where I need to use Ishmael, right? Just survive. You'll want a lot of healing. Example, fluid sac. Okay. I made it to 280, guys! Are you proud of me? I made it pretty far. With how little I get to play it. Do you think I got my worth out of it, Will? What do you think? You're extremely excited for me to play Kanto 8? We'll do one more mission. We'll do this mission to find out what this is about. Kind of wish it was voice acted, though. Yawn. Dante, any idea where leftover cake from yesterday went? No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat. Darn, did Don Q already get her paws on him? Ronnie rubbed her eyes, muttering something about how we should have partied in her room instead and stumbled to the back door. Okay. Alrighty then. Say this particular mission? Is it very long? Is this particular part very long? Not really? Okay, we'll listen to this one, but we'll leave the rest for the next stream of Limbus, which will probably be Monday or Tuesday. Typically, we do it early in the week and then late in the week. It quickly devolves into a lot of yapping. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after their various incidents at the LCE. Visitors all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city. An annual celebration for the New Year seems to be a thread that connected their cultures together. They began floating the idea of a New Year's party and... Excellent! Then permit me to honor of hosting this banquet. With her usual overdramatic boast, coupled with the familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. Again? After all the hell we went through the back door and whatnot for the out-of-season Christmas celebration? Ahem. Yet, I must insist, for 'twas but an effort to decorate the bus, the intent quite divorced from the act of celebration. Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Huh? Oh, don't worry about me, really, haha. Well, 'tis true that mine actions have brought thee quite the distress, unintentionally, I might add. Thus I ask thee, wouldst thou not agree that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen both our spirits and bodies? I can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it. But I guess with memory came tact. You know, it's our first New Year's together. It sure is an occasion for celebration, huh? Gotta hear that bell go ding to really mark the transition to a new year, right? It seems that we shall be welcoming the first light of the new year in company of one another. 'Tis indeed a cause for celebration. A bowl of noodles before the last night of the year fades. Classic. Sob. Such bubbly enthusiasm for me warmeth my own heart. Forsooth! The grandiosity of this banquet shall be the one for the books. Fireworks! Most brilliant! Enough delicacies, too.
Charan, when's our next stop?
Bethel will be running non-stop for 3 days at least. Only Dum-Dum stopped on a fast road.
So she says.
Fergus muttered with his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. Faye! For the next year's celebration, the banquet shall be prepared, ere the promised hour. Wait, Diablo 4 didn't come out 2 years and 2 months ago. There ain't no way in hell. I'm not old. For next year's celebration, the banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour. Don Quixote's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but... Tardy, shut up! Rodnia brought out the cakes and cookies she stashed in her room, so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. After that, we all stayed up together, watched the New Year's first sunrise, briefly paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. When everyone woke up rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside the bus had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its appearance, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. H-Corp? The sinners began to voice their surprise, appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we'd passed on our journey thus far. Is that massive structure all one building? If that whole thing's the nest, then where's the hell the back streets? That's big enough to cover H-Corp's territory and then some. Well, there he goes again, asking dumb questions without ever taking a peep at the guidebook. That's not the nest. That huge box you see over there? That's District 8. We call it Hongyan, the vast garden, here at H-Corp. Well, there's Honglu. The nest lies within the center of the structure, and the back streets are on the outside. Or, as he says, without. Ugh. So they squeeze the entire population in this district in there? Do they not get a ray of sunlight all year round? Huh. Well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain. Ah, prithee, avail me a sight as well. As the sinners began to gather one by one on the side of the bus, stirred awake from their tales, their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn towards Honglu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face, worried. Thank you for the subby! Acceptable, thank you! Welcome to the Dragon Cave. You're starting dinner: chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans, collard greens, and biscuits. Yummy. Cake for dessert! If you're on Twitter, I did a dessert tier list. I'm gonna put it on Discord later. Also, pumpkin. Pumpkin! But it wasn't exactly something unique to Honglu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year. Whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. It's not such a bad place once you actually try living here for a while. But his lips ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, or making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference. Kind of like how Honglu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause, but actually no. I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job at this moment is to keep a close eye on Honglu, more so than usual. And if the time comes for me to help him as the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides, whoa, that thing's even bigger up close. Verily, I carry no recollection of a structure so grand, even in my past adventures of mine. And if my efforts aren't enough, I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. But hey, let me see too. I collected my thoughts and approached the sinners, who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. Alright. We experienced that. We got to learn that what's coming up next. Alrighty then. Hopefully you didn't just get here, Ryan. Otherwise, the VOD will be up. I'm sorry. We actually almost streamed 8 hours today. A little under 7 hours, actually. Actually, we're going to be at 7 by the time that this ends, probably. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for my lurkers and chatters. Thank you everyone who's always here. You make my day so very wonderful and happy. And remember, Booga is always cheering for you. Forever and always. I see that you're using the goober emote. Doesn't even say what Altarian's plan. I guess. Let's raid Higaraki since.
Chef. I guess I would really come
Do we
in
wanna
handy if
raid
they ever
Higa-
do big parties in the dining room.
結局さっきの音は何だったんだろう。やなり？
Oh.
Yeah, let's raid Higaraki.
Person jump scare. Oh, another girl? Another! That sure caught me off guard. Oh!
I offered you a dagger from a boss that day I followed you. You're lucky you're cool, Tarnish.
Making that noise? Maybe I heard the back door.
I hope you have a good day, everyone. Especially you two, Ryan. I hope you were able to watch some of the stream. Hope I'm not cutting any of you guys' views short. Hope you guys have a wonderful day. I feel terrible if any of you are having like less of a stream.
She seems really nice. Sui-chan. She is a chef.
Alright, guys. Smoke Bomba!
2年前から家族でお世話になってるんだけど、この春から普段の食事は私一人で全部やらせてもらってるんだ。